All right. So, today we're going to be wrapping up some stuff with Scaling Feast. We have just these things to do. There's also some stuff relating to the wiki, but I'm gonna have to do that on my own time later, basically. Actually, I have... I wonder if... Is there not a tooltip thing? Add tooltip information, add information. Oh, that's player sensitive stuff. Yeah, we just add it straight to there, okay. I just want to know, like, can I put stuff here and, like, get something out of that? The idea being that what I want to do is if I can put some tooltip there that I want to add some information about it, like training your hunger and stuff. That's what I want to do, but I need to know like, will that show up on the bucket or will that show up just on like the fluid block in JEI? I'm kind of okay with either, but I also kind of want to know before I go like super nuts with that and then end up like wasting my time because I realize that it's not really worth doing. I mean, arguably it's not really worth doing that much anyway. Why are you gonna have a bucket of this stuff anyway? The likelihood that you're gonna bucket this stuff this anyway, it's like 0. Pretty close to it. Let's throw this and this and where am I? Ah, yeah, we're in the build folder. Okay. We're currently just waiting for it to build, which, I mean, I guess it's good we're doing this early. I did update the version to 1.9. So now it will actually say the correct version. That's good. Was there any stuff I worked on in the meantime? No, that was the last time. Last time I worked on all that stuff in the meantime. Here, I didn't really work on much. Between this stream and last stream. I don't think. I did some testing of things. Oh, well, I added secondary effects to the molten exhaustion, which is why I'm debating adding a tooltip to it. I realized that was not something I did on stream. Providing that context is kind of important. It's taking its sweet, sweet time as well. I could launch the pack at the same time. Alright, we waiting. Like, also finishing up my breakfast at the same time. We're good. Okay, so it built successfully. We're still waiting for the freaking... Of course we're waiting for this. Of course we're waiting for this. I guess we're just gonna wait for that to decide when it's ready. But yeah, basically, I have a series of effects that it will apply. And a % chance that it applies each effect. And then when it applies the effects slowly increase in strength. And it also lowers your food slightly. However, it needs to, at the same time, check. It only does it every 20 ticks. So it's not gonna do it like every tick you're in it, which is a problem if it does that. We don't want it to do that. Because then that defeats the whole point of these effects, like, gradually building up. And also, it would just, like, drain your hunger, like, instantly, and that's no bueno, so. I could maybe try and have it do damage a different way, and then when it does damage a different way, I use a different damage source, and then do this, but no, I don't want to do that, so we're gonna do it this way. It's just going to, if every 20 ticks, for if the play, like, so this is just a timer that counts how many ticks a player has existed for. If it's divisible by 20, every 20 ticks, we're going to get a random potion effect, right? Because it gets a random one, yeah. It's going to get a random potion effect, and then it's going to get the amplifier of the potion effect if it's currently active, and increase it by 1, capped at 5. And then it's going to give them that potion effect for the duration, which I believe is 10 seconds. Yeah, it's 10 seconds. And then it's going to damage the food stats by 2, which means it's going to deduct from saturation first, and then it's going to deduct from hunger. And this is going to, this is done so by adding exhaustion, which means it is affected by things like the fasting enchantment and iron stomach. So if you have those, you're not going to lose as much. And then it tracks you. And then if you're in it, and not every 20 ticks, so basically, if you're in it every 20 ticks, it's gonna not do it, right? So it's only gonna do it once, because then it adds you to a tracker, and then if you're in the tracker, it's not gonna do anything. Which means theoretically, if you leave on the exact tick where this happens, this means you're safe for 1 tick when you enter. Technically speaking. Right? If you enter on a 20th tick, or sorry, if you leave on the exact same tick where this happens, then the first time you re-enter without logging out, because if you log out, or if like the server resets or whatever, like the server side, if it resets, this is not like saved to disk or anything. And then if you re-enter though, then you're going to be safe for 1 tick, because it's going to realize that you're there, and then it's going to do that. But you might just say, now I'm hearing what you're thinking. You're like, well, what the hell's the point of this? Just if the player.ticks exists in modulo 20 is not 0, then don't do anything. Otherwise, do this. Why do you have to have a tracker? And that's because, what if you are colliding with 2 or more of these blocks at the same time? It's going to trigger once per block you are touching, which means you're going to lose food stats really fast just because you happen to be within 2 of them. And that doesn't really make sense. So this is so that there's only 1 activation of this per game tick. So this tracker is needed, and it does work out nicely. And the launcher has opened, but is not loading. Lovely. I'm fucking loving it. Okay, we now have a window header Oh, there we go, finally. It took an eternity. And OBS froze. This is great. Alright, so we're gonna check to see if this tooltip even shows up. If it does, we'll like do something with it. If not, then whatever, it doesn't matter. And it's taking its sweet, sweet time. And then we gotta go and do the dimension whitelist and blacklist. It's finally launching. Oh my gosh, that took forever. That took forever. Alright, we're gonna check. We're gonna check this. It appears there. That's what I thought. I could maybe have it here if I add a handler on tooltip. I might be able to do that. The question is, do I want to do that? But as you can see, the effects slowly increase. My max hunger has been temporarily reduced by a lot. And now it's back to 62. So that's the idea behind that. Now the question is, what can I, like the filled bucket? Let's see, density, up. Does vaporize, yeah, whatever. I think maybe I need to go into this one. Maybe not this one. I'll wait for this. Okay, so that does not work. There's also a fluid stack. Which I saw here somewhere. Maybe I saw it here. Fluid stack. Oh no, where is this called? Alloy recipe. Is this fluid bucket? Fluid bucket wrapper. Swaps between empty bucket and filled bucket of the correct type. Interesting. If it's a water bucket, if it's a lava bucket, and then if it's a universal bucket. So if it's the universal bucket, which is an item, okay. And that's the empty bucket, and an item. Right click, and then this is where it like either drains it or places it or whatever. Okay, we have this. We put this handler and we do on tooltip. Tooltip event, item tooltip event. Yeah. And then if it's a universal bucket, then I guess I could technically negate this. And then if event.item stack.get item dot okay. Okay, it's a fluid stack. And then if it's not this, then return. And we're gonna put a protected void here, or yeah, protected void. Add tooltip info. What am I doing? So this is different than this, right? Because this is... We're gonna do a bit of this. This could actually be static. We do that, that goes to here, it adds it at the end. I'm not too sure. Index has to be strictly less than the size. And less than 0. We'll do that. Then if the list is empty, the size is 0, and then it'll just get 0. Well, I need -1. Right, but if the list is one element long. How does that even work? Right, if there's one element I would want to be at the end. Because this would basically want to add tooltip, getting the event dot get tooltip, and the stack is going to be, or sorry, the index is going to be index 1. Not right at the beginning, but like one after. Right, because that's where this is going to be. Right, instead of index 0, it basically inserts at the beginning. If I set it index 1, it leaves the first one the same. And then if this ends up being index 1, if the list is... If the list is 1 element long, then that's going to get 0, and that's going to go before it. So the add here... The add here won't... There's no way to have this add be the same as an add without an element. Oh, that's interesting. I did not know that. I would like for them to converge on one thing. Unfortunately, I can't say I hope you had an amazing stream. Good luck wrapping them up. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for checking in. Appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you, Eclipse. You're a real G. I think I will... I could pass the exact method I want to use to add stuff. I could. Can I add all at a specific index? I can. Inserts all the elements in a specified collection into this list as specified operation. The new elements would appear in this list in the order they are returned by the specified collection's iterator. The behavior of this operation undefined. A specified collection is modified while the operation is in progress. Note this will occur if the specified collection. Note this will occur if the specified collection is this list and it's non-empty. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. So I need this. I need an add all. If well, it depends. How many things do I want to say about this? You know. How many things do I want to say about this? I don't know. We're gonna find out. I don't have an editor for lang files for some reason. What am I trying to say? It has some negative effects on your hunger when you're like standing in it. Swimming in it has negative effects on your hunger. Yeah, okay. Swimming in this. Okay, so I only need one thing. I'm only using one line, so that's fair. We're going to add text component translation. Fluid dot t construct dot exhaustion fluid dot description. I think I wanted. I have the lang key as this. It's technically says this, but it would be weird if the name, because the name is fluid.tconstruct.exhaustionfluid.name. And then description, it would be weird if it was fluid.scalingfeast.exhaustionfluid.description. I should probably keep it consistent. That would make some sense to me. Unless I did something like that. Oh, wait, I can do different thing. I can do tooltips. Tooltips dot scaling feast dot exhaustion fluid. Okay, yeah. We'll change this to be tooltips dot scaling feast dot exhaustion fluid dot description. That's a little better. Dot get formatted. Yeah. Dot get formatted text. I need to add a style to this. Dot adds. Dot set style. Whoops. New style. Dot set color. Text formatting dot red. Where's my red? There we are. Boom. Now I have this, right? So now I guess maybe I do this, and I say string text equals description dot get formatted text, and then if index less than 0, I do tooltip dot add text. Otherwise, I do this. That way, if I insert at index 1, wait, no, and then I just set this to this. All right, so this will insert at index 1. This will insert here. No, if the index is equal to the tooltip dot size, I guess greater than or equal to, just in case. Then we'll just add it at the end. Otherwise, we add it at the index. Yeah, okay. And then we will do this. And now let's go to this integration and then molten exhaustion is already declared at this point, so That's not it. Does it have a handler here? Oh, it does. Okay, so then we're fine. Then we just register it here. I guess I could do it. I can do an init as well. Get tooltip handler dot register. And this is gonna actually be a private class. Wait, really? I guess so. Alright, let's check this out. Okay. Will this work the way I want it to work? Yes, it does. I was not aware that that was a thing I could do. Yeah, see, that does that. Why does this do this? Interesting. I don't know why I still have that potion effect active. Probably shouldn't. Okay, that was probably just a Minecraft thing. Alright, that's fine. Interesting. Is that what happens when... Because this gives a bucket of that. Yeah, right now this is being weird. Okay, there's nothing about it that's being weird, but it's just being weird. Doesn't affect the other buckets, which is exactly what I want to have happen. I need to make a smeltery. That's what I need to make. I guess it doesn't need to be a big smeltery. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, and it doesn't like put this tooltip here, which is good because I don't want to do that. Oh yeah, I have fire resistance, so I'm not taking damage, I guess. I guess that's probably why. Okay, so... You can't pick it up. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Interesting. Oh, I think I know what I did wrong here. Because this does this, and then this. I think I need to remove this. And this I didn't change. We'll see how that goes. All right, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I don't know if I built this. Let's just rebuild it. I think giving it a registry name meant that it was treated separately. And I don't want it to be like that. Mm, it did not like that. Wait a second. I have an idea. Yeah, so this is master. Let's look at what we do here. Integration, tankers, molten exhaustium. I set the translation key and I set the registry name. So this is not the problem. Because it does need that. Unless that's not the problem and this always was a problem. Okay, there is something that I should look at here. Okay, so that's not helpful. It's not a JI thing. But, like, it is a JI thing at the same time. Why does JEI do that? Why? Well, I know why JEI does it, because it has a, okay, are the fluids registered? Tinker fluids. Just because they exist doesn't mean that they're registered. Right, yeah, I know that. Register block. Is it because of this? Set the translation key to this, basically. This is sort of what I want to do. Except this should be block. Let's see how that goes. Maybe it's just because it's that. Genuinely didn't think I'd get I'd get this caught up in this of all things, which is unfortunate, but I guess that's just life. Because what I'm hoping I can do is have it so that I won't pick up like this random thing that I shouldn't have. Like, I should not have that. And that still gets me a bucket of it. But this doesn't. Am I not registering the fluid correctly? Because this is how I've done it here. Let's browse the repository at this point. Does the same thing. We do that, that's the same. That's the wrong one. And that does that. What the heck have I done wrong here? It does the same thing regardless. Huh. This is how I always did it. Am I doing it wrong, though? That's the question. Because it adds the registry for it. And then it registers. Okay, so there's like fluid metal or whatever. And then it does register fluid, which sets the unlocalized name and then registers the fluid. That's the block registry. That's the item registry. I am so confused. It is, let's see. So what am I doing? I have this block. I'm registering the block, which I need to do. By doing this. And I set the registry name to that. Is this something I'm doing wrong, or... Or was this always a thing? Whoops. Oh, that's that. It doesn't have the molten thing. Okay. Why is it being registered in that creative tab? I didn't set it to that creative tab. Fascinating. Set creative tab. interesting, but isn't that how everything else is done? Yeah, it does this, block molten, which is block tinker fluid, which sets creative tab. Interesting. Theoretically, the rest of the stuff should be in that creative tab. I'm gonna have to double check. I didn't technically scroll all the way through it, so. Or wait, maybe I did. What the heck? So, for example, Manulin would go fluid metal. It would go fluid metal. It would go fluid metal, which goes fluid metal, which makes a fluid molten, which is this bad boy here, which is whatever, right? Fine. And then register fluid, which is going to go here. It's going to just register the fluid. That's fine. And then it surprisingly doesn't do anything after that. Interesting. I forgot to close this. And then it doesn't actually register the block here. It does that for this, but it does not do it for the metals. Which also confuses me because this makes this, which means it should be set here. Can I unset its creative tab? No. Well, I mean, I guess you can technically set it to null, right? Because I presume it's not set to anything to begin with. Interesting. Is public. Is that the only place it's called? You know what? There's something funky about this. Okay, what does this register do? Thing.set registry name, registry.register. Yeah? Okay, where is this? Maybe there's something with this. Except there isn't. Cool, 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 cool. That's for items, not for blocks or anything. None of this makes sense. Something is not... Something is preventing it from showing up. I don't know what it is. You know what? I don't care. It is like the smallest of smallest things. I don't think anyone's gonna care. Like, whoopee, it appears in their creative menu. Oh well, right? It's like one item, who cares? I care, but fundamentally, I'm going to learn to not care. It's fine. Alright, enough of that. I'm pretty sure, like, no one cares about that. Like, who the hell cares? Alright, we can now work on this. Just an hour, like 2 hours in, I can finally decide that I should work on that. Excellent, excellent. Love wasting my time like this. This is awesome. Alright, so these features, they need a thing. We're going to have a blacklist, not block list, and whitelist. This is the list, and then this is the, like, what we're checking. And then we do the same thing here, except this returns list.contains I. I don't know why that's indented the way it is. That's weird. Should I like sort it and then check, or? I think do world dot world info, world type. What is this? No, that is not right. Let's get spawn dimension. There's just the dimension. Get filter list type dot does pass filter list. So we add that stuff, and they all need to implement that. Actually, what I can do is I can do this is going to be an abstract SF feature config, or just SF feature config. And it should not be final because it needs to be extended, which means it actually should be abstract because that's what I want. And this needs a abstract string array get dimension list. We have that, right? And then this feature basis config extends SF, or I guess it's abstract SF feature config. Oh, it's just SF feature config, okay. SF feature config. Oh, this needs to be public as well. Okay. Raise.stream, I'll stream this. Then we will map to int integer.value of sorted dot to array. Can I do arrays dot I can do arrays dot binary search. Leave it as an array then, dude. Which means I don't need this. I just need that, which will be from the config. Which is from the config, actually. Which means I no longer need this. Alright, this needs to be dims. And if we're in a blacklist, we want it to be less than 0. Because that means it's not in it. Okay, yeah, and then we're just gonna do arrays dot binary search. And that needs to be greater than or equal to 0. Now, what if is this a checked exception? Legal argument. Is this checked? I don't think so. No, it's not. It's unchecked. Which makes sense, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Is this just... parses a string... returns an integer holding thing... Thus it returns an integer object of equal to the value of new integer.parseInt. What the hell? Why would you even do that, though? Aren't these the same things? I should probably do parseInt instead of value of. For starters. That doesn't really help me, though, because what if it's not valid? It's going to... it's going to throw me a number format exception. What happens when it throws a number format exception? For each... exceptions thrown by the action are relayed to the caller. For this. But for this mapper... it's a toInt function. If I map, oh my lord. Let's figure it out actually. Let's see what happens. I'm gonna take a look at a Java compiler. We're gonna import arrays, and then I need to just stream it, and then do a whole bunch of stuff to that, and then figure out where to go from there if this page would load. Arrays.stream, yeah, and then I pass in a string array, and then I map to int, and then we see what happens. Yeah, okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna print out here arrays.toString, and then we're going to do arrays.stream, and I need a string array. Array. I believe that's correct syntax. Then arrays.stream dot map to int, and we're gonna do integer parse int, and then we're gonna just do toArray again. And then I believe I need to import here. Can I spell please? Import java.util.arrays. I think that's all I need. So it does pass that up. So now can I... Now we're gonna just filter. We're gonna filter map this. There's no way to know, right? Unless there's something here. No, that just converts everything. That's not what we want. Is there something in string that says if it's a number? String, string, string. Yeah, whatever. Compare to, no, don't care about that. Oh, wait, am I being dumb? I'm being so dumb. Reuse regex. Hello. 0 to 9. I believe that will regex correctly. Now I have to verify that because I don't trust that. DDD will have this information. DDD always has the answer. This is not true. DDD doesn't always have the answer, but I'm gonna assume that it has the answer here because I know it does. Numeric entry config reader. Oh wait, no. Config reader utilities. What's the project of the day? The project of the day has been. I have been a fucking genius. Decimal regex. Oh wait. Digit. Right. Who gives a fuck about this? Digit, brother. Plus, and that works. And that just detects a number. Right, yeah, okay. So, s dot matches is digit regex. Maybe it should be is number regex. Give me a sec. I will explain what's going down here. So, what's the project of the day? The project of the day is I am a genius. Basically, it's I want to add dimension whitelist and blacklist for features so that you can have them only be usable in certain dimensions, or like they only like apply in certain dimensions. And then we're getting some nice screenshots for CurseForge. This was after I went down a large rabbit hole for no reason relating to Tinker's Construct and like fluids and like lava and like it appearing in the creative tab but not actually appearing in the creative tab but saying it should appear in the creative tab. It was a mess. It was a massive distraction because that was not on the list of things to do. All I wanted to do was add a little tooltip, and then I fell down a rabbit hole never to be seen again. And now to these base features, we're adding this thing where we have a list of dimensions that it should either apply in or not apply in, depending on if it's going to be a whitelist or blacklist. And I want to filter out non-numbers first, saying that non-number entries will be ignored in the config. That's what I will say. And then we will map that to int and then sort it. And because we sort it, we can actually do a binary search into it, bada boop. And if the binary search finds a value greater than or equal to 0, that means it has found the index in the array that it exists. If it's less than 0, it finds the index it could insert it for it to be there, and bada boom. What I also want to do, actually, what I definitely should do here, is I should sort, then I should also do dot distinct. Because if you decide for some reason you would like for this to apply in dimension 0, but you put that 25 times, I don't want to have that affect my search, right? It's kind of stupid. So just filter it to be distinct elements. I could put it in a set to do that, but then I don't necessarily maintain or guarantee like traversal order. And I'm putting it in an array anyway, so just make it distinct. That's basically the gist. So now all I need to do is use this on all of these bad boys. So in this, right, this is the only thing this does. So this is going to be if event dot, wait, no, if this sf bloated overflow dot this dot is invalid dimension event dot player. Actually, if it's not in valid dimension, we will just return. We will not do anything. Boom. Right, and that's that. And I have to do this for all of these. This has just the one death, which is kind of funny, because if sf death features dot this dot is invalid dimension evt dot what? Get original? The old entity player that the new entity is a clone of. The original one. If the original one died in the dimension, I think that's... I don't know if the dimension will have necessarily changed at this point, but we're just going to get the original. And we're going to have to test that for sure. This is one we're going to have to test and make sure it works correctly. And then the exhaustion scaling. And then I just have to put this check here twice. If sf exhaustion scaling dot this dot is invalid dimension event dot player. Thank God it still has the player here. That'd be really annoying. We return if it's not invalid dimension. Did I do that right here? No, I did not. Dang it, I nearly fucked myself. Don't want to do that. We'll have this here, and then we'll do if not SF exhaustion scaling dot this dot is invalid dimension, and then here we'll do player equals evt dot get player return, and then I don't need this. I can just do player instance of fake player, because now it'll assign the player up here, and then it will assign the world down here, right? Easy peasy. And then I need the health regen. And it's the same old song and dance. If SF health regen dot this dot is invalid dimension evt dot player, put a not there. Take this, put this here. We just have to add that to every single one. There's like no way to automatically check. I have to, because the events I'm checking on are different. I might be checking on more than one event, so like I kind of just have to do this individually, which is fucking lovely, but whatever. You could argue that I should assign event.player to something, but no, fuck that. I ain't doing that. Anyway, how you doing? Now that I've kind of gone off. Hunger damage dot this dot is invalid dimension. Ooh. Interesting. We don't check there. If entity instance of entity player. If the damage type is mob, and the true source is a entity living base, and the true source is not a player, shouldn't I check if the defending thing is a player first? No, maybe not. What should I check first? Should I check if it's a mob damage first, or should I check if the defending player is the defending entity is a player first? Because if I check if the defending player is an player first, then that means anytime the player takes damage, it's gonna do at least 2 checks. But if I check if it's a mob first, anytime a mob damages another mob that's not a player, it will still do this check. Ay. Whatever, who cares? If they're an entity player, and we're gonna have to put this right here, SF hunger damage dot this dot is invalid dimension for the player. We're actually gonna move the entity player up here. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna do now this player is obviously null, so don't do this, right? It's gonna be player equals entity player on entity. We assign this to this here. after we've verified that it is a player. Then we check if they're in the right dimension. While assigning it. Because this assignment statement returns the value itself, which means we will just get this, and then this will keep going, and then we'll be good. Okay. Bada boom, bada bing! So that is the hunger damage, then we have starvation features, of which I think there's a couple events here. Wow, there's a couple events here. There's a couple of things here. You know what? I'm gonna have it all be under one thing. I thought like, oh, maybe you could have dynamic apply in one dimension, and then the counter apply in another dimension, the tracker apply in another dimension. No, 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 no. Fuck that shit. I am going to say, no, that is way too specific. I ain't doing it. We ain't doing it. Not that there's anything that's like shared between any of those individual features, but I feel like more often than not, if you want the starvation to apply in a certain dimension, you're gonna want all those features to apply, not just like a select few. And having to update like 3 lists every time you want to change the dimensions that it applies to sounds really annoying. So one list. Duration features dot this dot is invalid dimension event dot player return. Oh wait. This has to be in the valid dimension in order to do it. This one's different. This one's not. Okay. I nearly messed that one up again. So I get starve tick period, unstarve. Because this is the counter part. This is counter. This is counter. This is tracker. But the count starvation also count a starvation for the starvation counter and starvation tracker. Oh, they are kind of linked, so it's not really possible. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, yeah. So it's not really possible, so we're just doing that. And then the SFXP bonuses. Do I even want this to apply in certain dimensions? That would imply that I would want these modules to be able to apply in certain dimensions. Which sounds dumb. Because that doesn't make sense. And the SF XP bonuses. I guess it could be different, right? Like, it could... No, because this thing would have to then... change it based on a whole bunch of things. So no, this will not have it. It's just this is going to extend... Whoa, 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 whoa! What are you doing? Extends SF feature config. And we add the unimplemented methods. And they just return null because we don't need anything for that. And this will extend SF feature config. Hello, finite singularity, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Hi everyone, how you doing? How y'all doing everyone? Welcome to the stream. I'm working on some Minecraft mods here. After diving down a super large rabbit hole of nonsensicalness. So let me show you around. We got a raid to run, have a fantastic stream. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. You gotta run, take care of yourself. You have a great day, alright. Let me showcase what I got going on here, and then I'll showcase sort of what I'm working on here. And thank you everyone for the follows. Thank you very much. I should be able to just load up the last thing I was working on. So what this mod is, it's a little bit of a hunger overhaul mod. I decided to overhaul the hunger in Minecraft because I wanted to, I didn't like how like finite it was, so that, I guess pun intended really. So what we got here is, once this loads up, I have, so there's not too much, a lot of like modded content per se, but we've got some, I decided to like really, like Apple Core is a core mod that really allows you to modify hunger mechanics, but there's like no 1.12 mods that like really utilize it that much. So over the course of many years, I made a couple of improvements to that core mod, and then basically made a little mod that's just kind of a hunger overhaul thing. So if I switch, the main part of this is you can have a different max hunger. So on the little numbers there, I have 62 max hunger. And as I lose hunger, which I can sort of do by standing on this, Or eating this, because this will lower my hunger as well. You can see it goes down. Sort of like how my health can also scale, because you can have a change in max health, right? And I have the orange hearts overlaying the red hearts. Well, that's not me. That's a Spice of Life Carrot Edition, I think. So I've done a similar thing with hunger, basically. That's the idea. I need to stop burning, please. So there's been a whole bunch of stuff that I've added here, including a bunch of items to increase max hunger, decrease max hunger, or just decrease regular hunger, a bunch of hunger-related enchantments. This was actually the first mod that I made, and then I got into making other mods. This was the gateway, and then I proceeded to not touch this mod for many years, and then I'm like, you know what? I should probably update this. So it's kind of a neat little thing. You just increase it. You get to benefit from having larger reserves of hunger when it comes to like regenerating health or being able to sprint for longer, stuff like that. There's also things like temporary hunger, much like temporary health. So I have those little temp hunger. Basically, all the cool health mechanics I basically made hunger equivalents for. That's the gist of it. Right now, there's a whole bunch of features. I made this new logo last stream. There's a whole bunch of different features which I'm now allowing you to apply only in certain dimensions, giving like dimension whitelists and blacklists for. Including how like exhaustion scales in certain dimensions based on how long it takes for you to mine it. Things like that. This is actually probably the last stream of working on this mod, because then I'll be done it, or I'll be done the update, usually, or probably, hopefully, and then we're basically just going to take a bunch of screenshots for CurseForge and Modrinth, and then, you know, next time I'm modding, I'm going to be working on a different mod entirely. So that's basically the gist we got going on here, just so that we're all up to speed. Now what I want to do is basically, for all of these little config things, I need to implement these methods here. Did I do it for the other ones? I just did it for this. Oh yeah, okay. So now this needs... like the list of dimensions this feature should or should not apply in. Thank you for the follow, Burlock. Hope you're enjoying yourself. Hopefully you're having a good time. So this is just a list of strings. And it's just an empty array. Can I do that right now? Yeah, I can. Okay. Perfect, perfect, perfect. And now I have this. This is the dimension list type, whether we want a whitelist or a blacklist. Make this an array here. Whoops. There's blacklist. And whitelist. It's kind of obvious, but just for the sake of completeness, we're going to put the description there. Filter list type. I have an enum for this. And it's going to default to a blacklist. So that when you enable it, you don't actually have to set any dimensions, because the default is enabled in every dimension, because it's a blacklist with nothing listed. I'm taking this, though. I'm taking that with me. And this will return this dot dim list, and this will return this dot list type. So that does that. Boom. Now, for the hunger damage feature, whoops, did not mean to double click that. We'll go in here. This needs to extend now SF feature config, and then add the unimplemented methods and drop that back down there. Drop that back there, and then this dot list type, drop that back down there. Perfect. Love that. Love that for you. Put this, and then extends SF feature config. They said to do this for everything. And return the other thing. List type. Very good. So, I think we have 3 more. Put this here, then put this here. Perf. Perf, perf. Nearly got all of them. Okay, awesome. Got all of that finally sorted. And then actually there's one last thing I want to do. I need to go to this event handler, and then this I need SF features dot update. That should mean when the config updates, it should update all of this by just like re-pulling these lists from the config and just refiltering them, removing any nonsense stuff that people put in. And yes, that should allow us to dynamically update the dimensions that this applies in on the fly. Change I don't need to relaunch or reload the world at least every time I mess with this. Which is good, always like that. Now we're just gonna build this and then put it to work. Okie doke. All right. Load the game. Don't crash. What? You actually crashed? I didn't think that was possible. An error occurred loading. They're trying to load a config. Can't handle field bloated overflow. Unknown type. Really? You're fascinating. I didn't know there was a thing that could happen. What do you mean it's an unknown type? Does Forge not let you do this? Was I cooking too hard? Probably cooking too hard. What am I looking for? The config fields. Okay, the @config annotation stuff. A subcategory is a way to group usually related config options together and should be used to help making navigating your config file easier. To create a subcategory, you must make an object and add it as a static field to the parent category's class, which we actually don't have. It's not static. The object members fields will become configs in that subcategory. Oh, but this is these things. And then we get to the feature category, which is this. And then can you not nest another thing in that as well? That's crazy. I guess that doesn't work. Really? Okay. Well then, we have to change the way we do this. I didn't know that would break like that. That's lovely. Love that for me. Okay, so now I have to go here, and we have to undo basically everything we just did, because apparently that does not work. And instead, all that stuff's going to have to be in the actual thing itself. It's just going to have to pull it from the config directly. Whatever. Okay, don't know what's going on there. That thing was having an absolute stroke and a half. Where's my other configs? Yeah, okay, this one. And get rid of this. Get rid of this. That's unfortunate. I flew a little too close to the sun on that one. I just wanted to do cool shit. I didn't know that was against the rules. Okay, that one's been done. Why is... Oh no, you're fine. I was literally just there. The XP bonuses... This... Didn't even have anything, so I wasn't adding whitelist or blacklist for that, so that's... whatever. I guess technically that is something I need to be aware of. And close this off. Or close it off. What am I saying? Okay, I think I got all of that. So this... Oh wait, I need to get rid of the imports. That explains it. That explains why these things are still erroring. I don't know if it'll do it correctly if I just organize imports across the whole project, so we'll just do it individually. It's just like 6 of them, like whatever. Okay, boom, boom, done. Go here. This no longer parameterized by that. This be gone. This now needs... We need, whoa, not caps. I guess it can actually accept an integer array. Oh well, whatever. It's fine. So this is going to be this dot get dimension list from config. Filter list type, get filter list type from config. It is tragic that it does that to me, but whatever. So now this instead has to define add unimplemented methods. Return this dot get config dot dimlist, and this is going to be return this dot get config dot list type. And we basically do that on every single one. And this doesn't have a dim list, so this just returns null. And this returns null. Which, good. However, this update now needs to be wary if this is null. I don't need to re-get it, put that there. Okay. Add a quick null check there. This doesn't matter because I'm only calling this when I know this is not null. So that's not going to be a problem. Alright, we flew too close to the sun, but whatever, dude. Whatever. It works out in the end, I suppose. Anywho, now that that is built, we will close over here, relaunch it, not have the game crash this time. I was joking the first time. That was a joke. I didn't mean to actually crash, alright? It was a joke. Don't do it this time. I'm pretty sure before it crashed just moments ago, I was about to say, yeah, it's impossible, it can't crash. There's no way it would. Before I even had the chance to say it, I was proven wrong. Immediately. Alright, check it. Dang it! What do you mean? No, what? Which one? Why did you crash this time? null pointer exception? Really? I completely missed something here. Oh, I know what I missed. I know what I missed. Is there anything that I do here, or do I read the config here? Actually, where are the... What am I doing? What am I doing? This is right here, right? Boom, boom, update. All right, this time, this time we got it. Because it shouldn't crash. Because I didn't update, it didn't assign the array to the field. The field was null, and then binary search decided, nuh-uh. But wait a second. Oh, I guess this is done on tick, right? Event fired on food stats on update, which is, I suppose, fired on tick, so that's fair, actually. Yeah, because this is where it died. It died right here because it dies right... Well, actually, well, yeah, it dies right here because it can't binary search. Because does this say that it throws null pointer? No, it doesn't. It just does if the array is empty, or if the array is null, not empty. If the array is empty, it's fine. If the array is empty, negative insertion point -1. Okay, the insertion point's 0, and then -1. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. That is what I thought. All right, this time, boom, get this working. Third time's the charm for something that I did not think would crash 2 times before. Though at this point, I am making no promises. All right. Don't stroke on me. Thank you. Which means now that all these features now have a dimensionless and dimensionless type, which say this stuff. So for example, if I set this dimensionless and I set it to -1, I believe that's the nether. And if it's blacklist, it won't apply in the nether, but it'll apply everywhere else. Right, so do that. This one, oh, I hate that. I mean, it is alphabetical order, so this makes sense. But, oh boy, do I not like that. Let's have this in the end only. Health regen. This only in the overworld. Will we have hunger regeneration? Hunger damage, let's set that to... What am I saying? Not in the overworld. This doesn't have one. That's intentional. I really should check the rest of these at the same time. So this is gonna whitelist there, and the starvation penalties, we're gonna do 0, 1 as blacklist, which is basically only the nether, right? Which means I could just do another whitelist, but just to check it. So, now, we're gonna have to go to a couple dimensions. I don't think 1.12 has game mode switchers with, like, whatever thing, so it's fine. Build my end portal. This was a really stupid spot to build said end portal, but works for me. Alright, now we can go and check the individual things. First things first. What ones apply in the overworld? This one will apply in the overworld. This one will not apply in the overworld. This one will apply in the overworld. This one will apply not in the overworld. This will... What? That doesn't matter. This will not apply in the overworld. Okay, so first the bloated overflow. If I eat something, if I overeat, I should get bloated shanks. I currently have bloated shanks. We gotta wait for that effect to wear off. It's actually nearly worn off, so that's actually perfect. First thing I want to do is eat this. Wait, what do you mean? Oh my god, whatever. Hunger 61. Works for me. Alright. So I put this on, it'll increase the food values of the foods that I eat. And then get me rabbit stew. So this should work in this dimension. It does. It gives me 24 bloated shanks, because I've increased the value by like plus 150%. It's like 250% more food, and that heals 10, so healed a lot, right? And then I get the extra as temp hunger. Now, so that works here. Basically, I'm gonna have to check each individual feature in the respective dimensions to make sure that they work. We'll check in the death penalty last. Health regen. Health regen should work in this dimension. We'll go up like 15 blocks. And sure enough, we are regenning. I'm just gonna do this to get rid of all the bloated hunger. Okay, so perf, that works. Now, the hunger damage is set to not work in the overworld, so if I get damaged by a mob, I should not lose hunger equal to the amount of damage I took. Probably a spider. Because that I can probably take out. And just a sword, please. This is fine. So, I'm at 18 saturation. Outside of the saturated hunger, I need... Wait. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's not triggering, but I need to actually get rid of my saturation here. There we go. Okay. So it will still heal over time, but since it's so much slower, I should be able to tell when I hit this spider, and I'm at 60 hunger, and I remain at 60 hunger. Yeah, like, the hunger damage is not active right now. Good. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted. The starvation penalties. Not here, so I should actually starve normally. So if my hunger is 0, I should just starve at a normal rate. Yeah. It actually says +2, but it heals me for 3. What the heck? Okay, that's just this thing in particular being a food item with durability, so we're not going to worry about that. I'm pretty sure even Apple Core or Apple Skin won't even be able to report the hunger restored on that correctly, so we're just not going to worry about that. So, and then the exhaustion scaling. This is whitelist, so this should actually apply here. So if I get this really garbage pickaxe, if I mine one of these blocks, it should actually take a while, but it should also take a decent amount of exhaustion too. That was a decent chunk. Compared to this, which is like barely any. It is obviously still going up. But we can see that the little dithered texture behind the hunger shanks, it goes up. Because that represents the exhaustion. So, this works in this dimension. I believe that was all of them. Except for the death penalty. My max hunger, I should not lose any max hunger when I die. So, if I /kill here, I'm at 62 max hunger. I should respawn with 60. Wait a second. Did I mess it up? So I lost 2. Okay, so this one I have messed a little bit. We'll have to test it in the other ones as well. It's tricky because I didn't know which dimension I would be in, or which dimension the game would think I would be in when I died. Wait, but it doesn't matter. I died in the overworld and respawned in the overworld. Wait, what gives? If anything, this should guarantee that it should work. Max both. Wait a second. But it didn't. It did not max my hunger. I think I had some other attribute modifier messing things up, because now that I'm dying again and again, I'm not losing additional hunger, and I'm just respawning with the amount of hunger that I should respawn with. So I guess... Yeah, because this says my hunger is already at max my level. Okay, so that is interesting. Since I'm going to be doing this a lot, let's set that. Okay, so that actually does work, then. Beaut. Okay. We will now test the features in the Nether, all of them. We are having a party in here. Welcome to the stream. We're testing features. This was not planned. I did not plan this to be here. Ow, brother. All right, thank you for the hydrate. Reminder to everyone else, hydrate yourself. Can you? Maybe not. Thank you very much. Yes, yes. We got a nice crowd here. Very nice. Very lovely. We tested all the features. Flew too close to the sun, came back to reality, realized that my hubris was way too large. I have since corrected that. We are now testing the blacklist. It seems to work so far. I don't know why my hunger went down. I don't know. We have to figure that out. So, first up, this. This should not work. So, if I do the same thing I did before, I should not get any bloated hunger. So, get me rabbit stew. This has technically not been eaten recently, probably because I died, so it's fair. Put on this gluttony chest plate just to really drive it home. And then hunger 59. Bless you. Maybe I messed that up. Did I mess it up? I think I messed that up clearly. That should not have given me any of that. Interesting. So, I'm checking if it's not in the valid dimension and returning otherwise. It worked in the overworld. I have no idea about this. Okay, so. Check the rest of them. That's important, right? Health regen. This is whitelist. I'm pretty sure I was... Yeah, that's some BS, buddy. Health regen. This is a whitelist set to dimension 0. This should only apply in dimension 0. Okay, so how did I mess that one up? Oh, whoa, I see. I actually have to set the result for this, because otherwise it does nothing. Right, because like, this, what it does is it sets the result of an event that determines whether or not regen is allowed. But if I set this to disabled, and then in this I want this to be enabled, right? So if I do this, this should disable my regen here. Brother. Oh, it should be disabled in the overworld. Now it should be disabled in the nether. So now when I drink this... Are you okay? Health regen. Whitelist. Dimension -1. This might be... That might be the end. I'm not sure. Pretty sure I saw myself still regenning there. Yeah. Interesting. Fascinating. Alright, we're gonna have to take a quick look at that, because clearly that's not working. Hunger damage, though. This should be straightforward. I should take hunger damage in this dimension, so... Yeah, I am. I absolutely was. So, like, some of these work, but some of them don't work, and I'm not sure I understand why. No, all options except disabled still respect a natural regeneration game rule. Okay, there's something with this that's just not quite right. We're gonna look at that. The starvation penalties should blacklist, so I'm guessing I should starve here / hunger 0. Yeah, no, I was definitely that was definitely being applied here. That was definitely going off. Okay, that's good to know. And the exhaustion scaling should not work in this dimension. Because I have it whitelist to only be the overworld, and it did work in the overworld, so it should distinctly not work here. I gotta wait for my health to regen, so my exhaustion stuff's going nuts, so... I'm gonna just lower my exhaustion until that happens. Okay. So I have, like, it's kind of hard to see because everything's dark here, but you can sort of see. I have, like, one tiny sliver of exhaustion right now, which is fine. Also, I think I can check it here. Exhaustion, on the left at the bottom there, hunger 58, saturation 8, exhaustion 0.08 out of 4. So breaking a block normally should still give me a touch of exhaustion, but more importantly, the amount of exhaustion I get should be identical between both these pickaxes. The pickaxe that mines like dog water, and the pickaxe that mines like not dog water. So, we're just gonna put down some cobblestone. I'm gonna check on that. Yeah, I mean... We are getting exhaustion, but, like, it's not a lot, right? Like, this should give some, technically. At some point, this should go to, like, 0.11 or whatever, but it shouldn't be that high. Yeah, so... Fundamentally, though, it's turned off in this dimension, which is exactly what we want. Okay. Perf. So, health regen was slightly borked. Bloated overflow was weirdly borked. I don't know why. I really don't, but maybe -1 is the end. We have to try it in the end and confirm. I might have my dimension numbers mixed up. Right, so there's that. I'm gonna check one more time. Yeah, no, it's still giving me bloated. Okay. Just wanted to confirm. Alright, so Whoa, whoa, whoa. I now check if /kill does anything. Why is my max hunger 58? Oh! Wait, I don't get it. I have whitelisted Dimension 1. Currently I have 60. If I go through here, does it set my hunger to 50, my max to 58? That would be weird. No, okay. I don't know when my max hunger went down. At some point it did. If I keep eating these foods, is it gonna... Okay, yeah, no clue what happened there. We're gonna go back. Make sure that it's correct. Yeah, it where the fuck? Brother! You're funny. Bye! Okay, oops. So now we're going to test all the other features. I have to wait for this effect to... I have to get rid of this effect. No. Get rid of it all. Alright, cool. Hunger 59. Boom. Eat something. I guess I could eat this and just confirm. Okay, it has applied in all 3 dimensions, and there should at least be some dimensions where it has not applied. So that's not working. That's lovely. I'm loving that, because that, I'm sure that makes sense. Just want to confirm, there's nothing in the log that says that this was like completely borked or messed up, right? Nope. Okay, that's lovely. Love that for me. Health regen. All right. Interesting. It's not working. Okay, Dimension 1 is the end. And I have whitelisted dimension 1, where it is disabled, and in the other ones it is enabled. I need another, like... I think I need another 2 fields of, like, how it should behave if a dimension is found / not found in the list. Because right now it just kind of does the default, which is like, right? Probably don't want that. So I probably need to add something for that, so that it makes sense. Because if you want this regen enabled in certain things and not enabled in certain things, yeah, you can do it this way, but like this is kind of counterintuitive. I'd rather have it say, you know, vanilla, specify the dimensions where I want it to be vanilla, and then in the other dimensions, it just doesn't work, right? But if I set it to this, and then whitelist this, you know, I would want it to like work in the other dimensions, right? So it's like weird. Technically, yeah, you get like the same you should get the same result if you configure it those separate ways, right? Sort of. Hunger damage, okay. This was blacklisting, so I should still receive hunger damage here. And I am. That is pretty obvious. I actually need to be a little careful because I don't have I don't have natural regeneration in this dimension because of the because the features are actually working. Okay, starvation penalties. This should be normal. Okay, but the problem is that I have bloated hunger right now. Actually, no, this isn't going to do anything. This just lowers my hunger by 4, but it does not affect bloated hunger. Oh, brother. Okay, it's just 10 seconds, whatever. We'll just wait. Okay, it seems to be... Yeah, it's not... Alright, cool. That works. So, what I can confirm is the starvation is correct. The health regen is correct, but I should change the way that works. The hunger damage is correct. The exhaustion scaling. Dimension list type whitelist. Right, so I should not have exhaustion scaling here. My exhaustion is 1.13. Breaking this block should not cause it to go up super high. Yeah, it doesn't. Alright, so that works, and just to confirm, I'm gonna go and... Oh, there's lots of endy pearls around. Very interesting end island you got here. So now, my exhaustion is set to 0. Interesting. Breaking this should cause my exhaustion to go up noticeably. Yeah, 1.91. Like it's so blatantly apparent. Okay. So I think we can confirm that the exhaustion scaling works, the starvation penalties work, the hunger damage works, the health regen works but needs tweaking. The bloated overflow for some reason doesn't work. That was the one I thought for sure should just work no problem. But apparently, I am genius level and somehow borked it. And I also have to check to make sure that if I die here, death penalty whitelists here. So here, I should actually lose max hunger if I die, in theory. Okay. When I respawn. No, I have not. Are we positive about that one? Yep. That has not worked. I mean, it's debatable if even having hunger penalties in certain dimensions for death, like, even makes sense. But technically it doesn't work. Which makes me wonder what that even is. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so what we have confirmed here, bada boink, is this, for some reason, doesn't work. Since I've blacklisted, it just doesn't work. This doesn't work. Everything else does work. So, how have I accomplished, like, a 60% success? This needs slight tweaking, which I'm going to actually add right now. Oh wait, I don't need this. I need this. Actually, is it technically filtered? No, it's technically unfiltered. Unfiltered. Alters how saturated natural regeneration works in dimensions that don't pass the filtered list. In other words, the default behavior. That's a good way to say it. In dimensions that don't pass the filter list. In other words, why do I keep trying to spell other words as one word? Because otherwise, that's why. Behavior. So this is filtered. Whoa, dude, that is how you spell that. Filtered stat region, okay. And I actually want this to be hunger dot disabled and saturation dot disabled. And then the health regen, instead we do this. What I actually want to do is I want to do if event dot player dot should heal. If they shouldn't heal, we just return. We don't care, right? And then otherwise, this is going to be event dot set result sf health regen dot this dot get get the config dot filtered hunger regen dot determine result event dot player event dot get result. What does this even do? How does it even work? Yeah. Regen criteria. When do you ever care about the current result? Oh, under the vanilla conditions, which is to just leave the result unchanged. Right, okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. And this is basically going to be the same thing. We're just slightly refactoring some of this. This actually needs to be an else as well. Whoa, that's like that. Which means that actually what I want to do, I feel like what's a little bit clearer is having this be, if you are in the valid dimension for this, do this, otherwise do the unfiltered one. Instead of like reverse that, because that's weird. It's now weird. Normally it was fine, but now I'm not really liking that. That seems a little confusing. Should heal. And then this is going to be this. And then we're going to have an else block here. And there's going to be event.setResult sf health regen dot this dot get config dot set regen. Nope, wrong one. Filtered set regen dot determine result event dot player and event dot get result. Okay. And this should be a return. Butte. Love it. All right. Ship it. This works. I mean, we're gonna double check it now. And just to confirm, I have negated it correctly. So if invalid dimension, do the regular one. If invalid dimension, do the regular one. Otherwise, do the filtered one. Otherwise, do the filtered one. Okay. Good. Boink. So that was the thing. That was one of the things. Everything else worked except for, weirdly enough, the bloated overflow, which has this check. This.config.dimlist. Feature base update, which is get the dimension list from the config. Hello? I am so confused. First, check the config to see if we even have bloated overflow enabled. Then, do this. I'm not sure why this isn't working. Like this is it. This is the only thing that's a thing. So, not sure what's going on there. We're gonna actually debug and just do that. We gotta copy these. I'm gonna do the same thing in the death features as well. Now the question is, we're gonna do original player dim, and then we're gonna do new player dim as well. Because there's two targets here, and we want to make sure that event dot get original dot dimension, and then event dot get any player dot dimension. Dot dimension. Okay. This is death. This is death. Not death overflow. Now, technically, this should be like this. Or I guess maybe the better way to do it is if it was not death, return, do that. I like that a little bit better. So if it's not death, we're not going to worry about it. And then we're going to get the original, get the player, check if they're in the valid dimension and stuff, but only on death. And I guess that's basically our only choice here, right? Like that's it, right? We will then check this against what we're expecting, see if it works out. Right. Check this against this. I'm not checking anything against anything. I don't know why I said that. We're building it and putting it in and stuff. So, alright, now... So, when I eat, it should say... Okay, I'm in dim 0, right? Alright, here it should say I'm in dim -1, right? Yeah, it says I'm in dim -1. What the hell, bro? What the fuck? Brother, get out of here. Nice whiff. And then it says, okay, so it's like correctly getting the right dimension for the bloated overflow thing, so then what gives? If we aren't in a valid dimension, it should return. So, what is the list of valid dimensions? I'm an idiot. Oh my gosh, I'm a genius. I found out what the problem was. I know exactly what the problem is. This regex right here is only checking for positive numbers. I need to allow potentially negative, and to do that, I need this. Which I didn't account for, and the bloated overflow, idiot to genius gonna set the world on fire, you bet. The bloated overflow, I had a whitelist for the nether, which was -1. And since it did not match it, it didn't do that. So what I'm actually going to do here is I'm going to actually add a little message which will say if this length is not the same as this length, then you done goofed. All right. If r dot length is not this dot dimensionless dot length, Oh wait, we do this here. Warn. This feature base doesn't have a name associated with it. No, brother. Because it never needed a name. And this config doesn't have a name. Unless I like get the field and do that, but no. we're not doing that. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do protected abstract string get name. That's all. That's what we need to do. I think I'm a genius with what I'm doing here, but whatever. Feature name has a dimension list that contains one or more invalid entries. And then this dot get name. Because now it'll actually tell you. XP bonuses. So bloated overflow actually was working the entire time. It just didn't have the right list. The list wasn't right, and that was on me. Death penalties. And then we have exhaustion scaling. Exhaustion scaling. Health regen. Health regen rules, I guess is what we'll call it. That works for me. And then this will be hunger damage. And starvation penalties. Starvation features. We're just calling it starvation features. Feature starvation features. That's what it's going to say. It's going to say feature starvation features. Health regen rules feature. There's going to be starvation. What do we even call this? Starvation penalty. I guess we're calling it starvation penalties. Brother. I don't even know how I proceeded to unhighlight that. Alright, so that will now check that and verify that everything's correct. Good, that's what we want. Now, next thing on the list is confirming that I didn't even die and check like what dimension I end up in and stuff. Yeah, I didn't even do that. It probably sends me to dimension 0 the entire time. Which is annoying. I don't like that. I mean, if the stats can persist, then the dimension should persist. What the heck? Alright, well. Oh wait, I can verify this works. This doesn't have many noms left, so don't do that. I'm gonna need a little bit more than that. Oh wait, but then it's gonna give me a bloated effect. No. Don't do that. Just eat this. Now, features bloated overflow. I blacklisted the nether. So it just shouldn't work in the nether. Now, what? That's not the right thing. Technically I've not been cloned yet. When I click this button, I'm cloned. Interesting. Original player dim, new player dim. It's always 0. That's exactly what I thought it was. How can... There's probably some other information there. Okay. First things first, check the bloated overflow doesn't work here. Verify that, then we just check death features and we're good to go. We just make it work. Right? So... /hunger 59. And then... Eat the rabbit stew. It should... do nothing. Okay. Good. It works. Wow. Because I don't want to deal with the nether portal spawning, like, over there again. So we're just gonna do that. Alright, so now what I can do is... see if there's anything else, any other information I can get from this clone event that I can use here, which I should be able to. Where is this? I didn't check the, that the regen worked that way. Whatever. Oh, I have it closed. I closed it. Don't know why I did that. Okay, so, the clone event is here. Fired when an NT player is cloned, typically caused by a network sending a respawn player event, either caused by death or by traveling from the end to the overworld. Interesting. Which means when they die, it already has set their... Where is this? Copy from... Keep everything. Boop, 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 boop. Copy from that. If that dimension is not 0... What is this? If my dimension is 0, and the dimension I'm going to is 1, set the dimension I'm going to 1. What the hell is the point of this? Okay, that's interesting. Anyway, that's not supposed to be... Okay, so this is copied from there, but it's not copying the... recreate player. Entity player MP dot dimension equals dimension. Huh. So basically, it's after it's copied that the dimension is copied over. But if I die in the end, I'm going to be recreated in the overworld, probably. Like, this is probably fired... Yeah, see, this is Doom. Perform respawn. Recreate player entity. This is if they conquered the end. But either way, all the stuff is copied over, which is really unfortunate. I might not be able to have the death only occur in certain dimensions. because I can't guarantee that it's like I'd have to have a completely separate tracker that like checks on death what dimension you're in and then like save that so that it can be referenced later. I'd have to add a whole other thing, which is how death penalty mods typically do. But like this is just for like this one particular thing to remember the dimension you're in, and that is not worth it. So probably not, right? Like the death penalties are probably one of the things that you aren't really gonna have be dimension specific. That seems really weird. Like obviously there's probably some situations, but like it seems extremely niche to do that. So we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to leave that like that. This is going to return null. This is going to return null. We're going to go here. We are going to get rid of this. Nice. But there's like literally no point doing that. Everything else worked. However, I did want to check the respawn or the regen thing to make sure that it like works correctly. So that I can define the behavior if you're in and not in. Right, because there's different behaviors, so it makes sense to be able to define different behaviors for if you're in the list or not in the list. Whereas everything else, the behaviors are it does or it doesn't. So all right, we there. So scaling feast under the death penalties. It technically has this, but this no longer has a tooltip defined, which means it's in the config file, but if I regenerate the config, it won't be here, so that's fine. So this is fine. We don't need to worry about that. And you can tell it's not in the config because this now just says whitelist instead of being this. So bloated overflow, that worked, and we wanted to check this. Right. So in that, we're going to be like there, and here we're going to be, or maybe whitelist dimension 1, which is the end, where I will disable it. And then, oh, what the fuck, dude? I love that typo for me. Love that typo for me. Config health regen, this needs to be a lowercase f. And then it's gonna work normally. Okay. So this means I should regen hunger. Which I do. But I will no longer in here. Which is exactly what we wanted here. And then if I go here and I say that the unfiltered is this, or sorry, the unfiltered is disabled, and then here we're gonna do vanilla for balls. It doesn't matter the exact way I do it, just do vanilla. Now I am regenning here. Go up. Yeah, there is no regenning that is occurring here. Oh yeah, that's right, that would do that. Yeah, not taking damage there. Okay, good. The dimension list thing is done. It is complete. It is finito. Now what we need to do is I'm going to create a new creative world. Just default everything. And we're going to start taking some pictures to, for the thing. I mean, I think this actually works well. You get a not distracting background. So I'm gonna need some of these. I don't know if I want these, but we're gonna have each of these. We're gonna have this. We're gonna have this. I don't need the potions. That doesn't matter. Because the potions are just the result of the thing. So, oh wait, we need this. And we're gonna make a little showcase thing, which is gonna show everything. Is this? Yeah, item frame is here. Like that, or something. And then... something like this, you figure? Right, so it's just... this. That sort of encapsulates all that. No! Give me the spectator. So what I need to do now is I need to find... oh wait, the desert. There should be some exhausting ore in the desert here somewhere. I don't know the exact levels that it spawns in. Pretty sure... oh, well, we're not really in the desert. Get, like, really in the desert. There it is. See, there's one. Let's find some more than just one, probably. Like here, this looks pretty good. I need to slow the fuck down. Okay, get that. And now... I don't know why I decided that I needed to go all the way out here to build it, but... now we need to do this in a way such that we don't get any tinkers or in the screenshot, because that would be slightly problematic. I could just replace any of the ores that would appear there, but we can do like this. Because that doesn't... oh wait, it does. Dang it, brother. Yeah, as long as I'm below there, then... it's unlikely. That works. That'll give us our 2 ores. Or like our 2 ore variants, or whatever the heck. Same diff. Now I need... to have an empty inventory. Visibility, so that my hand is no longer visible. That would be important, because I just wish to take a picture of the food stats. Something like that. And I need SF set saturation. We'll set that to like 86.5. Oh wait, yeah, because I only have it. Whoops. General saturation scaling max hunger. Because that's the default. We want it to be set to all the default values. Now I cannot look at the sky when I do that because the outline is blue. That's hilarious. I really don't want these particles to ruin this shot, which is going to be annoying, but I have to wait for that text to go away too. And what are some other things that I want to do with this? Technically I had exhaustion in that, but whatever, who cares? It doesn't matter. There we go. Now what I want as another pictor is when I'm at 0 hunger, or maybe the effects with this. Actually, wait, I have to wait for the fucking goddamn chat box to go away. I think that's probably fine. Now I'm going to slash effect. We're gonna give myself a nice big bloated for like. Nope, it's duration first. Of course, it's duration first. No. What if we go 28? That seems pretty good. Wait for the dumb text to go away. There we go. I could also give myself all the potion effects and just kind of have them here. I'm not too sure. That might not be... That's like kind of hard to showcase. So I probably won't. This is like out of all the features that are like possible to show. Right? Can't really show exactly what this does, but I can show it's a thing. There's one more thing I can do, actually. I can show that it can be used as a beacon. Base thing. What the heck is going on? Oh, because the sun's still setting. Okay. Really can't have those slimes in that shot. Get out of here. Nerd. Dude, my mouse feels incredibly touchy. I don't know why. Like, what is this? Bro, what are you doing? What? Okay, not sure how the heck that happened. Showing that this can be used as a beacon material is just nice. There we go. I think I want this angle here. Nope, not like that. You unfortunate creature. Get out of my shot. You idiots too. You idiots too. Slash game rule do mob spawning. Okay, now that they're out of my life. There we go. I think that's about it. I probably could have included it in that picture there too, but whatever. Oh, I killed the entities. That's hilarious. All right, well then. That basically wraps getting screenshots. That was actually pretty quick. So that is basically that. Which one is this? This is number 126. Also, yeah, we're done this. And then push all that. I think that should work because, yeah, it should. I never checked if it works if the list is 0. Okay, quick check. Quick check. I didn't want to have to relaunch, but it's they gotta do what you gotta do. Because knowing my luck, it won't work. You like empty out the dimension whitelist blacklist thing, and the game just spontaneously implodes. Knowing my luck, so Features, we'll just check it with one. What's the easiest one to check? Probably the bloated overflow. Remove this, set it to a blacklist. It should now work in every dimension. Works here. Works here. Works here. Okay. That's what I thought. But you can never be too sure. I'm gonna rebuild it one last time because we have to fix the fact that I made a typo. All right, brilliant. We finally got that going. Awesome. So that is more or less going to conclude it for me. Yeah, 'cause we're just about done. We're wrapping up here. So this is the wrong one. There we are. This was good. We made pretty good progress. It's more or less done. I will probably work on getting the release out like today or tomorrow, or maybe like a pre-release, and then just wait a couple days and then do it just in case there's any problems. Or I might just send it. I'll probably just ship it. And then we'll have a mod release for this. So that's pretty cool. If you're interested in following all the progress of that, I got a GitHub which you can follow. This is where it is. And if you want to see updates on any other mods or any other streaming stuff, you can always check out the Discord where I have stream notifs and just stuff for all the other stuff I work on. So yeah. Yes, yeah.